Everything's okay. Okay. I'll leave it on this time. Let's see. Talk about something I've been working on. Building a emergency power supply. I'm setting that up right now. I'm going to set it up on the table so we can see it really good. Power it on. Capacitor still have power. Come on. Oh, that's nasty. If anybody knows where I can find these, it's for Anderson connectors. I'm trying to find this size. Nobody seems to carry it. Okay. I'll disconnect the battery so it's a lot easier to move. Power supply using these. I got 6 of them, and it lasts a long time, but it can't power much. They can power a modified sine wave 300 watt inverter, but not a pure sine. Pure sine doesn't like it. Tried it. Pure sine doesn't seem to like anything I hook it up to. It's weird. The inverter I've been using on my power wall, I plug the 300 watt in there and it just won't run. It goes. What is wrong with you? Okay, I use these things. So I gotta organize this now. I put it all in a box, so it's a little disorganized. Oh gosh. There we go. There's power. This is my power supply module. It takes the 18 volts, which I have in 36. So it's 40 volt to 12 volt. Now, I need to get it untangled. Right. Shoot. Might have to disconnect everything. It's all in a mess. It's like Christmas lights. Oh, just loose wire. Okay. There's 2 wires. Okay. Now I don't have power. Next 2. Here we are. Okay. Come on. I have to disconnect everybody from the junction. Come out of there. I used a Wago connector to connect them all, so they're all in parallel. Come on. Oh, that one. Okay, there's a parallel. And it gives me a chance to show though. This is a parallel connection. I did positive to negative, and I'm orienting them the same direction. Let's see here. The first one. So oops, that way, that way. No, this one here. Turn this around. Let's see what I'm doing. Camera. Okay. All right. Here's what I'm doing. This, you got the positive going to the negative. So these two are in series. They're 18 volts apiece, so it's 36 volts, maximum 40. And I just do the next one. Same way. And then the third one. Let me find the connectors. Oh, here they are. They're down here. I hook them same way so that I have orientation all the same. Probably not necessary. I just clip them on there. And off we go. All right, now I have positive lead, positive and positive, all right here. And all the negatives here go into this one. That one didn't come off, so pop those down. So now I just connect these wires all together. I have to twist them again. I don't have my tripod. I'm not sure where I put it. I did a video for the gardening channel. So wherever I dropped off the inverter, the tripod, that's where it is. So back to the front. All right. And this is my output. I have a cigarette lighter here, USB, and another USB. And this one's my gauge as well, and a switch. And this is a DC to DC converter. The input is 40 volts, and the output's 12.8. So let me just set it here right now. All right. So now, let's see it. Come on. There we go. I don't know how well you can see it, but I'm going to connect these guys back into the splitter. Give it a tug. What's great about these splitters is they can be unplugged. Shove it in there as far as you can, and then check it. Same thing with the other side. Fine. Oh, here it is. All right. So maybe I don't need that. And I can expand this. I've got extra port here on both sides, so I can go 8 batteries, but unfortunately I can go 8 batteries, but unfortunately I only have 6 of these, and this can only hold 4, so that would be 8. 8 negatives. The input going to the, actually this will be the exit. So now I just hook up the positive. Oops, I haven't hooked up the positive wires yet. So, and now, input. There it is. This is the input to the DC to DC converter. Okay, now I just turn on the DC DC converter. There's a little switch right here. Can't see it, and it's really hard to get to. Turn it on. Turn it off, it's easy. You just like this. To turn on, you got to put something in there because it's hiding behind the heatsink. This thing gets warm. Okay, now here we have the output, business end. Turn that on. Turn it over. Turn this on. Look, it's got a gauge, and that gauge says 13.6 volts. Now I put this tester on here. It's a Type C to Type C. So you can only test Type C stuff. Now I can put this down here. Set this here. Maybe. Here, put it up here. There we go. I got a power supply. I can operate. I got 6 batteries, and I tested them. Each battery has 4 amp hours. So I calculated, 12 amp hours. You add up the amp hours in parallel. So there's 4, 4, and 4. Both sides have 4, but you can't add the amp hours in series. But your watt hours will go up because you take the amp hours times the voltage, which is 36 on average, and you get the watt hours. So 36 times 12. Unfortunately, my calculator is my phone. So I'm not exactly sure what the watt hours are. Yeah. I'll be right back. No, that can't be it. Can't do that. Right. Okay, voltage. It doesn't. Yeah, 31. Okay, 12 amp hours times uh, 36 volts equals you know, 432 watt hours. So at 1 watt, I can run this for 432 hours. So if I have something that runs 100 watts, I've got 3 hours. It's not big, but if you're charging, say, small devices, around 5 watt, 5 volts, then you're good to go. And it's probably about 16 watts per device. And I have three regular USBs, 3.0s, and one Type C. And I think the Type C is maybe capable of 16 watts. At least that's what I've gotten out of it. That could last quite a long time. Oh, these batteries are a little bit low. They're hot swappable, by the way. Turn off the power. Hang on. I got to turn the power back on the shed. Cool. There. I turned the power back on the shed so I can charge these up. I'm going to take 2 of these off and charge them. Actually, I've got some smaller ones I could use right now. Oh, there's a big one. Okay. I got one big one ready. This one's ready. So, where's the others? I've got there. Unfortunately, all the batteries I have handy are these little ones, which are only 1.5. Got 3 of them. 4. No, I have more. I have one pump of hot air. I don't think it needs to now. Now, another thing I could do is buy some of those 40 volt, and I can run off of 40 volts instead of 36, which is pretty much the same. So that one's not full, so charge this first. Second, full. I'm assuming those are full. See, I took it off and it's still working. Okay. Plug in. Fire. Come on. Let go. Oh boy. Got a table there that's holding it back. Dang it. Oh, it's on it. That's why. Careful. Okay. Now we can pull it out here. But I have to put these guys in parallel, in series with each other. They're the same. Now, we have a little more power. Oh, it's right here. Unfortunately, this charger takes a long time. I have a faster one. Find it. Here it is. Okay, it's over there. Unfortunately, I have to take two of them out. Balance it. Oh, come on. Funny, I didn't really use it. For some reason it's dead. Okay. I'll do one at a time on this charger. That got to be done first. This one's got a head start. The battery. Oh, gotta charge this guy. Actually, I could start charging that one right now. Where's the other charger? I have several chargers. I just find out where I put it. I moved it this morning, so gotta look for it. Another battery. Crap. This one's dead too. Now I got two of them. See, the more I put on here, the slower it goes down. There we go. I got 4 batteries on it. This is still in the development stage. 2 bars. 2 bars. I suppose I keep this plugged in for a bit. Yeah, where are those chargers? Unfortunately, I cannot charge these guys. All at once. Charging on this. That's going to be a slow charge there. Oh, a little faster one. It'll charge a little bit faster. Come on, go green. There we go. All right, so now I have all but one on charge. I'm out of chargers. I have two more, but I have not been able to find them. Hello, Tiago. Welcome in. I'm working on a project using these to power stuff. It's portable power. Right now, it only goes low voltage. Apparently, I don't have enough to go higher voltage. It's only 36 volt. Right now, I was showing it, and turns out they're dead. So, one bar. So I've got several of them charging. In the meantime, I've got it wired in. Let's show you. Flip the camera around. See, I use these things. I found some on eBay and some on, Temu. And I'm pumping the power into this one. There's my meter. Let's see. Focus. This says, oh, come on, focus. It's over 13 volts. But that's just these 4 batteries right here. These little 1.5 amp hour. And I got it going through a DC to DC converter, so that it, see how small it is, so it can't handle a whole lot of power. But when it comes out of here, it's not 36 volts, it's 13. And I don't have enough batteries to plug those in. But I'm using it to charge my phone right now. But I need a bigger DC to DC converter. Current is the flow of the voltage. And the actual measurement you should be using is the watt hours. That's how much power you can produce. Because all your devices are measured watts, watt hours. That's how fast they'll use the power. Holy crap, that one's moving fast. This one was on 1. Now it's on 3. Just plugged it in. It's screaming. Oh, I thought somebody else said something about a StreamYard. Anyway. Got a beer? Massive beer, huh? How many ounces? Brewed in Germany. So Budweiser had nothing to do with this. It's 1 quart and 6%. Well, the DC to DC converter, I had to put that in there because my power output needed to be around 12.8 volts. DC. So I have a DC converter. These are 36 to 40 volts. Hey, What did you say? I don't know what. But I'm toying around with a power supply, building one. Right now it has a very wimpy DC to DC converter, buck converter. If it drops the voltage, it's a buck converter. If it raises the voltage, it's a boost converter. So this one's just a buck converter. Has a constant voltage and constant current, which is what you need if you want your voltage to stay the same and your current to stay the same. So if you have devices that need a constant current and voltage, you need something like this. Yeah, Four Corners is good with the dad jokes. I'm tempted to open this. I've had it since October. I'm going to have to open it as soon as it's been wet. It's going to get rusty. And I won't have any beer out of it. But I have a big bottle. Here we go. Stored it. It's a fest beer. Die of a signal amplifier? What's the die? Well, in the electronic world, we call it FM. Freaking magic. Well, this time I just got on and people are popping in. It's great. I gotta drink this. I think if I don't finish it off, I can always put the extra in the lid of the bottle. But I have a Weizen glass that I want to use. I remember where I put it. Here it is. Isn't that beautiful? Now, if you know anything about German beer, that is a bad one. But nice glass. And that's for Weizen. And I'm going to pour a Oktoberfest. It's like a Pilsner. Okay. It's open. Oh. Slow down, slow down. It's got a good head on it. I found I took a brewery tour, and they say when you pour beer, you want a 2-inch head as you're pouring it. Oh, okay. Isn't that gorgeous? Look at that head. The head is good. When I was in Germany at Nuremberg, we had 2 beer fests while I was there. They had 2 large tents. One was Tucher, this, and the other was Patritzer. Patritzer is the better one. In fact, I think it's better than Paulaner, but you find Paulaner here easier than you find Patritzer. Took thousands of years. 6,000 to be exact. Well, pretty close to exact. Not that much into barley beer. I like wheat beer. This is a barley, but it's not bad. It's not bad for a light beer. It's only 6%. It's only half. Looks like I'm going to have a buzz on beer tonight. It won't be two. Actually, one. Next to my head. Look how big this thing is. Wife asked me, how many beers you have? One. Oh, well, I don't get drunk on wine. It burns too much to get drunk. I like the burn, but it keeps me from drinking very much. Yes. My favorite is from Chile or Italy. What do you mean Americans? This is German. You want to see the mug? Came with that? Here's the mug. It's massive. The beer fits inside. The can fits inside here. That's how it came. No, it's not repackaged. It's not canned here, or bottled, as they say. Brewed and filled by Paulaner Brewery Group. There you go. I won't buffer now. It's bottled in Munich, Germany. So not here. Oh yeah, they drink it 2 liters at a time. It is not repackaged. The head is rejoined the beer. Oh, that's tasty. I guess I do like the Oktoberfest beer. Man, it is sacrilege pouring Paulaner in a Tucher glass. This is Germany's #1 export. It's very common here. It's very tasty beer, unlike our most common export, Budweiser, which tastes nasty. Hey, speaking of Brazil, what the hell? You see the statue there in Brazil? Or is that Rio? Don't they have one in Brazil? That Jesus with his arms open? Yes, they do. They were carrying 6 on each arm. Like, ow. Sao Paulo, okay. Okay, you had that big statue there in Sao Paulo. And that is a Brazil thing. Religion. Catholic Church, right? But what the hell happened at the festival? Looked like a devil worship to me. That's horrible. and he got hit by lightning. Carnival, that's it. He got hit by lightning around the time of the carnival. Is that God telling him, what the hell? That was disgusting. The carnival, I'm glad I did not go. I would have been disgusted and went back home. Do you really? I had a friend in the Army. He was from Trinidad, Tobago, and turned out he was Hindu in the Army. Gosh, that's good. I got some Pabst Blue Ribbon in the fridge. I have to have a few of these before I have to finish this before I can drink that. This is good. That's bad. Protestant, yeah. Oh. African and Native. Well, there lies the problem, and it's here too. Church down the street, they just had for months, maybe a couple of years. I drive by there, and they have two pride flags at the entrance. Protestant church. It's United Methodist. That church is anything but united. Half the church embraces the sin, and half the church rejects it. I'm glad you said it that way. Don't believe in anything. A lot of people say, don't believe in nothing. Well, I don't believe in nothing. I believe in anything. Which is the same thing. English is not even your first language, isn't it? And you get it right. Jeez, it ripped some skin off. Well, anyway, I've been doing some prep and stuff. I did a new video on my gardening channel. If you want to go check it out, on the Small Space Gardening. I just started doing plants on my rain gutter garden. I only have one of them built. I'm not sure if I'm going to get to the other one. Not even sure where I'm going to put it. Because I have to get it level. I have to fit a frame around it. I had to put the caps on it. I had to put a valve on it. So it's basically not even built. So when I get around to it, I may not actually... I'll have to put starts on it because I can't do fresh planting. It's too late. You're in the southern hemisphere, I'm in the northern hemisphere, and we're just starting our planting. If we don't have it in the ground by seed, a month ago, it's too late. Prepping, the biggest concern, power. I don't want power that will attract thieves. So battery power is very important. Right now, if the grid was down, I would have power for maybe a few hours if I ran everything the way I do now. So I'm going to have to decide what things to run until I get some more solar panels and some more batteries. I don't think we'll go to war with China because if China invades Taiwan, we're going to chalk it up to a win for China. I don't think this president, if they're going to go in and take Taiwan, they're going to do it before the 2024 election because they know he's going to lose. And it's got to be months before, otherwise they're screwed. Because Trump will send troops. Our biggest, I did a survey. They asked, what do you think is the biggest enemy, biggest threat to the United States? I mean, they had China, Russia, but the answer I wanted was other. Because they didn't put it there. My biggest, what I think is the biggest threat to this country is the Democrats. If we get rid of them, I mean, out of the political world, I don't mean get rid of them per se, eliminate them. No, I'm not for that. Yes, and if those people that are not ready are armed, they're going to come try and take it by force. I think being armed is their biggest concern, because then they can go steal it, right? Now, I know how to make this, so I don't have to worry about beer. I'll just go get my beer kit for my brother. He's making grain alcohol with it. I didn't know you could do that with a beer kit. That's something to keep in mind. He could show me how to do it. Yeah, I don't want to eat them, but that's probably the biggest fear. I'll have to eat them. Ugh. Not even animals want to eat us. We're the worst tasting food. I mean, worst tasting meat. Yeah. The Constitution you see displayed is not the original. That's the corporate Constitution. But a lot of the things they're afraid to take away from us. What's up, Tiago? Yeah. I'll be downright skinny before I try to eat somebody. I'm almost at death's bed because I'm starving. I guess I'll have to. Just one word? What was that word? Just one word that gave the corporations power. But they're not going to use it against us at this point because we will try to take it back. The states signed on to the original. They didn't sign on to the new one. The majority of the states weren't even there yet. I gotta be careful. If I pour too much in this glass, I can't pour it back in the bottle. And I can't set this open container in there. What's that one word they changed? I saw it once, but I forgot. Was it any good? Was it woke? Why would you wish that? New York's one of the worst places to live. If you're independently wealthy, you can do it. Agents a sense. I am not an old timer. What the hell? What are you, a teenager? To a teenager, I'm an old timer, but anybody that's an adult. You're just a kid. Technically, yeah. Or father. Nowadays, there's that much of a difference, father and child. I'm just a little past middle age. Two people in the last century and this one have lived over 120. Only two. But many have lived over 100. And in Afghanistan, and a couple of grandparents had a child. The mother was 84. The father was 87. How the hell is that possible? Well, Sarah did. Abraham's wife. She was ancient. Well, I'll tell you one thing. This is not Budweiser. Here's to your failure, Budweiser. It's about time you go away. Hate Budweiser. And now we got Target, Nike, Adidas, Kohl's, and also Chick-fil-A. Can you believe that? I bet if next time I go to the Red Robin, which is in the same parking lot as the Chick-fil-A, there's not so many cars. Chick-fil-A's gone alphabet. So screw Chick-fil-A. They issued an apology and a retraction from what they did. I might take them back. But they hired somebody to handle the woke part of the campaign. So they have a woke czar in Chick-fil-A. That's a big, big mistake. Oh, back to the prepping stuff, because that's pretty much my channel. What we've been going through since 2020, and in some cases much further back, things are getting harder to get a hold of. Beef now is going to be produced less. Put Jack Daniels on that list too. They went well. And that one really pisses me off because I like Jack Daniels. Oh. Oh, okay. You had to water your mom? I watered my plants this morning, but they don't ask, random times through the day for water. I just give them water in the morning. Back to the prepping stuff. Power is important if you have a lot of electronic devices. But certain people, it may not be that important because we did stuff before we had power. We have become very dependent on power. So if I have to reduce my power usage over time to eventually nothing, okay. But I have power for now. Oh. Okay. That does make more sense. But the way you did it, okay, I was able to make some low-level jokes. But food supply is very important. One thing you can do with power is you can grow with grow lights. Have one right there. Yeah. That square thing. Ah, come on, get over there. There we go. Right there. That's a grow light. So I can grow stuff in here, in my shed. Nobody will notice. I just have to make sure it's blacked out. It's in such a position that most people won't know. New York City's dying. It's not as important as you think it is. They're having a mass exodus from New York. Most of them from New York City. I don't know if you know this, but look at the stats on our government websites. 2 cities have the most people leaving. It's New York City and Los Angeles. It's become so expensive to live there. All they have to do is go outside of the city and they can buy twice the property. Maybe 3 times. Well, not all Cali. It is expensive to live anywhere in California. It's that bad in California. But if you're outside the major cities, it's a little easier. They're not as woke. Four Corners lives in Colorado, which is also a liberal state. I live in a liberal state. It's really hard to not live in liberal states if you want to live coastal. But Colorado's hardly coastal. Yeah, Colorado's got a lot of mountains. Colorado is beautiful. I've been there. I went there for a Camp Jeep in Vail, Colorado. Beautiful. I wouldn't live in Denver. Fort Collins, maybe, but not Denver. Denver's too damn woke. We're trying to find a business in Denver. If you don't know where it is, you're not going to find it driving on the freeway. They don't put signs. Deserts, tundras, Chiagas? What the hell is that? Rainforests, plains, beaches. Yeah, we have a rainforest here in Washington, just north of me. That way. Up on the Olympic Peninsula is a rainforest. It's not like yours. Tiago, Brazil's rainforest is the most important rainforest in the world. And y'all cutting it down. We have two tropical states. Florida and Hawaii. But there's rainforest, tropical rainforest in Hawaii, but not Florida. Okay, never heard of it. And our beaches are not that great now. There's too many medical waste on the beaches. Yeah, we have swamps in Florida. And I'm in a mountain state. But if you like mountains, Mexico has more mountains than any other country. Wait a minute, you got that huge waterfall that's coming off of a mountain. And the only way to get to it is by helicopter. You know what I'm talking about, Tiago? It's very difficult to get to. It's way out in the jungle. You don't have tectonic plates? Really? You've got to. How else would South America move away from all the other land masses if there was no tectonic plates? You have to have, if nothing else, it's got to be in the Atlantic. Because South America used to be joined with Africa. And now you're separate. Before the Great Flood, you were part of Africa. And we were part of Europe. We were all one landmass at one time. Huh? Countries bordering. There's a lot of countries bordering Brazil. And the biggest one is South America. Now, my parents had an exchange student from Brazil. Actually, three of them. But the last one was talking to my wife, and she was talking in Portuguese. My wife was talking in Spanish, and they understood each other. Definition of a tectonic plate is two joints. One going over, one going under. And if you didn't have them, you wouldn't be separate from Africa. And the only reason you're separate from Africa is because of the Great Flood. about 5,000 years ago. What time is it? 5:56. What? Look at what? Anybody want to come up on StreamYard? Let's see, share. Copy link. Can you post links? Eyes are burning. Okay. Oh, that was me. It better show up as a link. I can't tell on StreamYard. So please come on up for an hour. My wife is just finishing up her StreamYard. She's talking to her family down in Chile and Australia. I guess I'll probably tell her, she's going to know I had a beer. Just, you've been drinking beer? Only one? And I didn't finish it. Only one, I didn't finish it. Because here's one. Here, you look at one of the others. Look at the top. Whoa. Yeah, only one beer. There's still a lot in there. Oof. No, I'm not using that. I could trade her in for a younger one, but nah, I like this one. What the? How do I invite you in? There it is.
Hey.
There you are.
Sorry, I don't have a webcam.
Oh, okay, no problem.
So technically I can show you things here, right? Like I could present stuff.
If you're added mods, you can post links.
There is like a little button here that says present.
Really? Oh, okay. Yeah. So I guess you can. I'm new to this. This is only the second time anybody's jumped up on.
I actually jumped. I jumped on like a few months ago, but I didn't know it was me. I was using another name.
Sneaky bastard.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna lie. I was a little shy. That's why.
That's okay.
But thank you for letting me, speak.
I know you well. You've been here for quite a while. So I didn't expect you would post something inappropriate. That has happened one time.
Really? Who did that?
I don't know. It's somebody I never seen again.
I found you. It wasn't by accident, but I don't know exactly what kind of search I did, but I was looking for prepping, and one of the channels that YouTube showed me was yours, and since then I really enjoy listening to you. You have some interesting stories. You talk a lot about batteries, which is something I like to know more about. So yeah, that's why
Battery's
I've been
my
here.
passion.
Yeah, and that's pretty cool.
And I'm a big fan of Nikola Tesla, and he was not batteries. Isn't that weird? But the reason he's not he was never a battery person, because the cable sizes that I have to use to connect all my stuff together with DC are huge. I
Wow.
can use, here, show you. This is an AC cable that can handle 120 volts and a hell of a lot of amps. But that's AC. For DC, this doesn't even hold a candle to that one. Oh, hang on, if I can get it out.
Wow,
This can handle
that's
maybe,
thicker.
that's gonna handle maybe 100 amps max.
So
For
what's the
the
difference between DC and AC? I don't remember.
well, AC, you don't need as big a wire.
I see.
When Tesla was fighting with Edison, Thomas Edison, you know who that is?
Yeah, I do. American businessman popularized the light
He
bulb.
was he was an inventor,
Yeah, but he was a
but
businessman, right?
he businessman first, because he stole a lot of his inventions.
Yeah.
He did not. He was trying to develop a power system to go across the country using DC. Every 5 miles, they had to have a relay station with massive amounts of copper.
Sounds expensive.
Very. Tesla, Nikola Tesla, he said, no, that's not the way to do it. He was Edison's apprentice,
Yeah.
but he ended up breaking with Edison because Edison would not listen to his ideas. And he ended up going over to Westinghouse. And he told Westinghouse, Westinghouse was trying to come up with an AC version, alternating current, because he knows that the alternating current is much better, it's much safer, and you don't need near as much copper. And when Nikola Tesla broke away from Edison, he told Westinghouse, I can build your motor. Because Westinghouse was trying to build an alternating current motor, which when you produce power, it's like from wind, it's alternating current. You have to transfer that to DC. Or hydro, when you produce power from hydro, it's AC. You have to convert it to DC. Solar, on the other hand, is always direct current, because solar cells are basically batteries that don't store power. So they need to go somewhere where that power can be stored. Capacitors, they're also considered batteries, but they don't store power over a long period. They have a fast discharge.
Yeah.
So those are your battery types. Inductors are also considered somewhat of a battery, because they resist a change in current. Capacitors build up a current and then they release it. Solar panels produce a current, but they need a place to go.
Yep.
Batteries store power. Actually store voltage. and they have a current if they have an input and an output. Without an input and output, they don't have a current unless they're building up a charge. And then they have a current when they discharge, similar to a capacitor.
I just remember a few things about batteries from my chemistry classes back in high school when I was learning about the zinc battery, but like not too much. I don't remember a lot of things.
I really got this bug from building a radio that doesn't require power.
How does it work?
Okay, you find a chain link fence, connect the positive to the chain link fence, and then connect the negative to the ground. And just from that, you get power.
Really?
Nikola Tesla.
So, like you're using Earth's electricity?
Yep. There's power in the ground.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty cool. So, like, I know that Tesla wanted to build like a. I know that it's sort of controversial. Some people think that it was planned stolen by the government to prevent him from generating like free electricity. But there is like a blueprint where people say he drew like this big antenna that would transmit power wirelessly to like houses across the country. But I don't know if that's true.
It's true. There is a working prototype at Coney Island. It's called the Nikola Tower, Tesla Tower. Excuse me, Nikola. And he got it working. It worked just like he expected, but it turned the grass blue.
Whoa!
So people got scared and said, "No, we don't want this."
How did it turn the grass blue?
I don't know. It produced an electrical current in the grass. But it worked, and it was free power. And that's the other thing that killed the idea. People wanted to make money off of power.
Yeah.
Now, if you drive through Iowa, lots of cornfields there, you'll see a Tesla tower. What's it doing in Iowa?
I don't know.
Iowa's a big corn producer and big milk producer. But then somebody was driving through there and said, "Is that a Tesla tower?" So they made a little detour, and there's another road. It's like a state highway parallel with the federal highway. So they went off on this road, and they drove by this facility. There was a big factory, probably maybe 5,000 square foot factory. I don't know. You know anything about square feet?
Yeah.
You might have to do some translating there, but here in America we use square feet.
Yeah, I know.
And outside this building was a Tesla tower, and they had about a quarter mile from the building, and it was fenced in with the building. And as they were driving by, they would drive by slowly because they wanted to check it out, and the security guard was watching them.
Suspicious.
They have high security there.
So like this is the tower that you're talking about. I don't know if you can see my screen.
I can't see anything.
Damn it. It says that I'm presenting, but I guess not.
No, it's not showing.
I searched for Tesla Tower, Iowa, but then it showed me something.
I have a one posted on my screen. Hold on. Okay, it says private chat, and it says, "Oh, it's you saying hey." Never mind. I thought maybe I had to hit a link.
But yeah, like I saw that there is this Tesla Tower, Tesla Coil in Texas. I don't know if it's the same one you're talking about.
No, Tesla Coil is something different.
Yeah. True.
Tesla coil produces lightning. It's really cool. Tesla himself, trying to prove that AC was safe, set up these two towers, and he stood in between them, turned them on. Lightning was going back and forth, and he was playing with the lightning with his fingers.
That's pretty hardcore.
He was proving how safe it was. Now, Thomas Edison, he saw that the state was using AC. Actually, no. They asked Edison to build something to use for executing people on death row, because they were doing it by hanging, and it was violent at times because sometimes their neck didn't snap.
Yeah.
So they wanted to find a much more humane way. And they had him come up with this chair. Thomas Edison created the electric chair, but he hated killing. This hurt him, for lack of better terminology, politically.
I can imagine.
Because he came out as this person that wanted to kill people.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, that's not me. They took my idea.
But didn't Edison kill a lot of animals just to prove that Tesla was wrong?
Yes, he did. And that's how he came up with this electric chair idea.
Yeah.
After I learned about him and Tesla, I was like, I cannot stand him. Thomas Edison. He was not a good person. Tesla was.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Tesla had lots of great ideas that we're using today, and he wanted to give it all away.
Yeah, he died penniless.
He gave his alternating current idea to Westinghouse. Now, Thomas Edison was being funded by J.P. Morgan. And all of a sudden, J.P. Morgan abandoned Thomas Edison and bought Westinghouse, because Westinghouse was given all the patents for Nikola Tesla that when concerning alternating current.
I guess more of the story, banks always win.
Well, yeah, they do have a lot of power. And also, you brought this up earlier. The government got a hold of a lot of his ideas. Do you know who the FBI agent in charge of that operation, who he's related to?
I don't know who.
Donald Trump.
What?
Yeah, he was a Trump.
That's interesting.
And he had what do you call those? It's not a crate. It's like it's a trunk. He had trunks full of paperwork of his sketches of his ideas, and all of it's in the hands of the FBI.
I cannot even begin to imagine the kind of classified technology that the U.S. government holds.
He had this idea. He published the idea, but not the plans for it. They flipped the switch on this device, and planes in Europe crash.
Whoa.
He was trying to give this idea to the military. Well, the military didn't want the idea, want to pay for it anyway. So they waited until he was on, his deathbed, and they showed up after he died and took it away. So they have this technology.
I see. Yeah, man. I mean, that sucks. He died penniless, but at least he got part of what his vision was. I mean, electricity still isn't free, but now with renewable energy, we're seeing a shift in the industry.
But he was not part of that at all.
Yeah, but his dream was like electricity. Period. Back then, people didn't have the understanding, the knowledge to make the kinds of renewable energy generators that we have today, like solar panels and stuff. But his dream was like to distribute electricity to the people.
For decades, now the what we know about solar power has been growing tremendously for the past 20, 30 years.
Hmm.
But the battery technology hasn't been moving.
Yeah,
But in the last 15 years, the battery technology started moving. It's starting to catch up, and it's because of a liberal that I know of by the name of Elon Musk.
but is he a liberal though?
Yes, he is. But according to many on the left, he's a conservative.
I
Because
guess
he's for free
Yep.
speech.
Yeah. I guess he could be classified as an NCAP. Do you know what an NCAP is? Anarcho-capitalist.
No?
I mean, there is something called a political compass. Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in the political compass, you have the top right spot, the top right square, where conservatives would be. In the top left square, you have authoritarian leftists. So like Chinese dictatorships and the USSR. In the bottom left square, you would have the progressive leftists, like the woke people.
Yeah.
And in the bottom right, you would have these liberals, like the people who are in the right, but they're not conservatives. They just care about making money.
I took a test, an online test, to see where I stand. And I'm over in the conservative section, but leaning a little bit libertarian.
Yeah, yeah, libertarian. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. So yeah, I think Elon Musk is not a liberal. He's a libertarian.
Well, actually, he's a liberal leaning libertarian.
I see. So he's more in the middle.
Well, he lets his opinions be known, so I don't think he's in the middle.
Yeah, he's been known to support Trump and like you said, freedom of
Yeah.
speech.
No, he doesn't support Trump.
Well, I've seen him support Trump in occasions, not every time.
He likes Trump,
Yeah.
but doesn't support him.
Oh, I see. So maybe they just share some ideas, but not the same political ideas.
Yeah. The libertarian part of him shares ideas with Trump.
I see. I see. It's easy to forget that Trump was just a billionaire before he was a president.
Yeah, he's the only president in the last 100 years that has dropped net worth.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
they
that's
say
true.
he was trying to enrich himself. Well, if that's a fact, then he's terrible at it.
Yeah. Why would he even need to enrich himself? He was already a billionaire. Yeah.
And also, they say he's racist, but if he's a racist, he's a terrible racist because he's got many honors from black leaders. What kind of racist honors from black leaders? It makes no sense.
Yeah.
To me, he's more like Candace Owens, she's black. She loves her people and what's best for her people, but the way she, states, what she's about, they label her Uncle Tom, which they use in a derogatory way, even though Uncle Tom was very much a icon in the black community back in the day. He wanted what's best for his community. And that's not a real person, it's a fictitious person.
Yeah, I know that reference. So, like Uncle Tom is like a figure of a black person who is lenient to white people, right?
Is what?
Lenient.
No, it treats everybody equally.
No, I know, but like what the black people who don't like the figure of the Uncle Tom say is that the Uncle Tom is usually a black person who is too submissive to white people. That's what they think.
Well, yeah, they're wrong in that.
Yeah. I was gonna say a word, but here in Brazil, it would be okay, but not in the U.S. It's really not okay to say that in the U.S. It's when people back in the day when slavery was still a thing, people would say that there were black people who stayed in the house to take care of the house, and there
Oh,
is a
yeah.
term for that. Yeah,
The house N-word.
yeah. So like some black people think that Uncle Tom is the same as a house N word.
No, not at all.
Yeah, but that's what some people think. Not me though.
Uncle Tom was a hero in the story.
Yeah, I believe that.
So when Candace Owens, she talks about, she says, "Yeah, people call me an Uncle Tom. I'll take that." And she explains why. Because he was a hero.
Yeah, I see. I mean, this race talk is just so tired at this point. Like, it's
When
2020. This race talk is so tired at this point. I think people worry too much about that. Like, slavery was abolished like more over a century ago. So I know that some racial issues still remain, but largely society has accepted to live together.
I-
Different races.
we got over the race thing in the
Yeah,
70s.
yeah,
In the 2000s, they brought it back.
yeah.
Black people brought it back.
It's a distraction, really. It's a distraction from more important issues.
My neighbor's daughter, for months, she had on the back of her car, it said Black Lives Matter. She's Mexican.
Yeah, yeah,
So she's basically saying Black Lives Matter more than hers.
yeah. That doesn't
Every
really
time I
doesn't make
saw
sense.
that, I said, your life matters.
Yeah,
She didn't know what to say.
that's one thing. That's one thing also is that they bring other ethnicities into their own kinds of victim problems. Like if you ask like an immigrant Mexican family, a father at least, not maybe not the daughters or the sons, since they were born in a newer generation, and this my generation is kind of too sensitive to things. But if you ask the immigrant Mexican dad if he can take a joke, he can take the joke. But people like to put black people and Mexican people and Asian people all into this one group of victims of society, and that's not cool.
You brought up two things, Black people and Mexicans. I'm going to go to the Black people first. I know many Africans who consider American Black people as lazy,
Yep.
overly sensitive, and always the victim.
Yeah, I believe that.
Now, with the Mexicans, you see, I see over and over again a guy going out on the street dressed as a Mexican. He's obviously Caucasian. He walks up to white people who are liberals. Says, "Are you offended by what I'm wearing?" Absolutely. Because you're culturally appropriating the Mexican culture. He talks to a Mexican, it's the same question. Hell no. I think it's great.
Yeah, I've seen that video. Yeah, man.
Mexicans love it. Unless they've been indoctrinated by our school system. Then they're offended.
Yeah.
Just like for decades, I watched Indians showing up at sporting events dressed in garb that sports memorabilia with jackets and shirts and jerseys, hats, that stuff of teams named with Indian names. They wore that stuff because they were so proud that they were represented. Now the current generation is trying to shut that down. They've been corrupted by the left.
Yep.
I have Cherokee blood, and I'm offended by liberals. What they're doing.
Yeah.
But like you said, I'm one of the older generation.
Were you born during the years of the moon mission?
I saw some.
Yeah. So how old are you? Like 59?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you were. I think you were a kid, right, when the astronauts landed on the moon.
Let me narrow it down for you. JFK was my president for 5 days.
Whoa. I mean, that's not like he died young, so I don't know if that narrows it down too much. I don't know like a lot about American history.
1963.
Yeah, I see.
So my early years were in the 60s.
Okay.
I hate.
Yeah, so you were a kid, yeah. My generation. It's really mixed. I don't know like how to accurately portray the entirety of my generation, but I would say like 2/3 of people are liberals, and the other third is people who have been educated by conservative parents.
I don't know if you know, my wife is from Chile.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Chile recently voted in a socialist government.
Yeah, that's been happening a lot.
They promised to change their constitution.
Change to what?
Well, they're trying to figure that out. They came up with a plan for the change in the constitution, and they sent it down to the people. I am so happy they do that, at least. But they sent it to the people to vote on it, and they rejected it.
Okay.
So, I heard about this socialist government going in and wanting to change the constitution. I'm like, she was like, I want to retire and go back to Chile. I'm like, do you know what's going on in Chile? Got a socialist government. They want to change the constitution. This is worrisome for me. They had the best constitution in South America. No offense. They patterned their government like ours because of Pinochet. I don't know, you know about Pinochet?
Yeah, I know that he used to drop people from helicopters.
No, he didn't.
He didn't? No, he did. It's
no.
historically proven.
That's a leftist lie.
How so?
The left has perpetrated that he is this brutal dictator. All right. The definition of brutal dictator is they hold onto their power as long as they can with as much brutality as possible. He let his power go.
I'm not saying he was a dictator. I'm just saying that he did
My,
drop people from helicopters.
I seriously doubt that. My wife, her whole family, she has a huge family, and nobody disappeared, nobody was killed, nobody was tortured in her whole family. And have you seen the movie with Sissy Spacek about the revolution where
No,
Pinochet took power?
no.
It's called Missing. She and her husband moved to Chile, Viña del Mar to be exact, and this takeover by Pinochet happened. And in the movie, it showed Pinochet's troops going out there and kidnapping people and torturing them, and they would disappear and never be seen again. My wife's father was the police chief.
Wow.
So I got firsthand account. It
I
didn't
see.
happen.
I see.
Hollywood embellished a lie.
Well, man, I don't know. I mean, I believe you, but I'm not sure. But yeah. Politics is complicated.
I do have
Look.
old parts though.
But like, look who's talking. Four Corners. You're probably an old timer too. How old are you?
I probably got 10 years on him.
You guys are all older than me by a lot. Like by a lot.
So, are you Gen Z?
Yeah, I am Gen Z. I was born in 2001.
Have you seen the Gen Z videos?
Which ones?
Wait, Four Corners is 63. He's older than I am.
Wow.
Not as old as my wife, though.
How old is your wife?
66.
That's crazy.
I didn't believe it when she showed her license to get the wedding license, the marriage license. I said, "What? You're born in 57? Yeah, look at my license." I said, "No way."
When did you guys marry?
2000.
Oh, so you've been together for a long time. Okay, that's nice.
23 years.
Yeah. That's cool.
We,
That's cool.
we had a civil ceremony here in USA, and then we did it again down in Chile. But her family wanted it at a church, so we went to a Catholic church in a castle in Viña del Mar.
Wow.
Wow is an understatement.
Amazing.
We had over 300 people,
Damn. So it was a big wedding. Okay.
mostly family. So she's, like I said, she's got a big family.
Yeah, that's normal among Hispanic people. Not Brazilians though, for some reason.
Well, I don't know if you consider Chile Hispanic because they're the most European.
But
Of
they
all the countries in
do.
South America.
Okay, but like they do descend from the Spanish people.
Yes,
So they're Hispanics.
they're the most Spanish of all the people in South America
Yeah.
because of their isolation. They had the Andes on the east and the ocean on the west.
Yeah.
So they're isolated from the rest of you.
The part of me that's native is not actually from Brazil. It's from the Andes. So Chile, Peru.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the Indians in Chile, the Native Americans there, they were very passive.
Mm.
So the Incas would come down there and raid their villages a lot, and the Indians there couldn't defend themselves. Because they live mostly on the coast. And they get very passive when you got beach.
Yeah. That much I understand.
Even in Hollywood, it shows that. Okay, I guess I'm going to finish this.
You think Floridians are lazier than other parts of the United States?
In what context?
I mean, just like work life balance. I mean, yeah.
They work as hard as anybody else in the country. I would say mostly in liberal cities, you would see a lot of laziness.
I see. It's just because there's this stereotype that people from more tropical areas, like close to the beaches, and
Well, they're more
they're
laid back.
what?
They're more laid back,
Yeah, laid back. That's what I meant.
but not lazy.
I mean, there is a fine line between laid back and lazy.
Yeah, I'm a laid back person.
That's okay. You know you don't have to stress yourself too much in life, otherwise you're gonna lose important moments.
If I wasn't a laid back person, I would blow up on everybody.
True, true.
So many people piss me off, and I don't blow up on them.
Yeah, that's a virtue. Good on you, man.
I had a job at Intel where we started there as a 3-month contract for the floating point problem. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I know what floating points are, but I don't know about the floating point problem.
Okay, the floating point problem would only affect those that are like rocket scientist level.
Okay.
But people freaked out about it. So Intel said, all right, we'll replace those. To anybody that wants a replacement. That's like somebody with the floating point on a calculator at that time. I don't know, familiar with, is in the 90s. You still had LED display, the segmented screen on your calculator. So people that had a calculator, those antiques, also had a computer. They freaked out because of what they know on the calculator. They didn't want to happen on their computer. Never would happen on the calculator. So this is the level. The calculator with the pixel display, not pixels. Actually, they had segmented display. That kind of person would be at that level, freaking out about it. This decimal point problem only affects somebody way up there in the technological level, but they still freaked out. So Intel said, all right, we'll replace them. I got hired for that. These Pentiums were $800 to $1,500 a piece. Computer chips, processor chips. you being what in your 20s, processors are cheap, right?
Yeah.
Back then they were expensive, and they were like 75 megahertz.
Yeah. Today they're like 3 gigahertz,
Right.
3.5, 4 gigahertz.
So these people freaked out. So we they hired a bunch of people to replace those, and the cheaper Pentiums were $75. But most of what we handled were $150 and up. And a bunch of us started, we went to the coffee kiosk in the cafeteria and got coffee beans, chocolate covered coffee beans. You're from Brazil, you can make a lot of coffee there. And we all got really buzzed on those coffee beans, and we started dropping Pentiums. You drop a tray of Pentium, this is like $800 to $1,000. So it's like, all right, we need to cut back on these. Well, anyway, I got off on that tangent, but I got hired on there past that 3-month Pentium replacement period and started building computers and servers. We launched the Sony line. The Sony computer they had 2 computers, one was 75 megahertz and the other one was 150. The 150 was $3,000. I think you probably pay $10 for that now.
Maybe, yeah.
At the Goodwill.
Yeah.
But I knew this was going to happen because we had the number 3 guy at Intel come and talk to us at my section. He's now the CEO. He said he sees a day where computers will not go any faster. Because you can't go faster than instant. And he said, at Intel, we love competition. Competition keeps us on our toes. So you get a company that says, "Oh man, we gotta crush the competition." They do that, then they don't have any competition, and then there's no innovation.
True.
So under socialism, they run everything, so there's no competition.
Yeah.
That's why socialism doesn't work.
Yeah. Everything's state owned.
That was a point I was getting to, and I forgot where I was going, but I eventually made it there.
So that's why the floating, I searched the floating point problem, and that's why if in some languages you add 0.1 plus 0.2, you don't get 0.3. You get like 0.300000004 or something like that.
It depends on your computing technology.
Yeah, but in every language, in C, in JavaScript, for work, I work with TypeScript and I work with C. And that's true for both languages.
C or C++?
C.
Really? We're at
Yeah,
C++ here.
I mean, C++ is object-oriented, and it's not like I don't like object-oriented languages because I use TypeScript, but C is just so elegant. It's closest to the assembly language. It doesn't have many instructions. It allows you to manipulate memory, so I really like C.
I actually want to go to Linux. A lot of the computer saving software out there is Linux.
Yeah. I'm
I don't know
using
if you
Linux right now. I'm using Linux right now. It's Linux Mint. There is Ubuntu, which is the most popular one. There is Debian, which is also a very popular one, and there is Linux Mint, which is something that looks like Windows, but it's not Windows. It's much better than Windows.
a lot of the computer saving software, I say, oh, is your computer running slow? Blah, 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 blah. All that stuff. It's like, try this flash drive. Plug this flash drive into your computer and everything starts running faster. Well, it turns out that flash drive contains Linux.
What do you mean?
It's a Linux program. Instead of loading up your old system like you have Microsoft, but I'm sure they're way past 10. But whatever version of Microsoft they have now, and your computer's running slow, you put this flash drive in your computer and it loads off of the flash drive instead.
Yeah.
And it loads much faster.
Yeah, so basically, Linux is an operating system, just like Windows. Right now, Microsoft,
Free.
yeah, it's for free. It's open source. It doesn't belong to anybody. Linus Torvalds, which is a Finnish man in the late 90s, he created the Linux project. And differently from Microsoft, it's open source. You can actually go through the code and change anything you like. That's why Linux is so easily broken. But yeah, I have Linux installed right now, and what you are referring to is actually the live install. If you make a bootable USB with Linux and you plug it in your computer, you don't actually have to install it to use it. You could use the live install.
But people that know computers, which I know hardware, I'm not a software guy, so I would probably use that USB drive. But people that know the software side, they can just download that onto a flash drive and do it themselves.
Yeah.
Which is probably you, right?
Yeah, I'm studying computer engineering, which is hardware and software, but I like software better than hardware, just because hardware is so much more difficult to develop.
I have a associate's degree in computers and electronic engineering, but mine's mostly on mechanical. I'm the mechanical guy that goes in and replaces hardware.
I see.
And from what I understand, a lot of people that in the younger generations are more software oriented. So what I do is worth less than what they do.
I mean, yeah, the job offerings now are more for software than hardware.
Because I have a solar generator. It's called EcoFlow. And if there's any problems within the program, the you call it? What do you call it? The stuff they send to you as an upgrade? I'm drawing a blank.
It could be driver, firmware.
Drivers, yes. Firmware.
Firmware,
Yeah,
okay.
it's firmware. I would look at the app and it's, oh, there's a firmware update. So I click it, and it does a firmware update. And I say, holy crap, that runs really well. I love the firmware updates on my solar generator. Now I can on my generator, I can set a maximum voltage, which I already could before when I bought it, but it has a minimum backup, which it didn't have before. When I bought it, you just have set minimum, maximum, and minimum voltage. At the minimum, it would just stop discharging. That's it. Wouldn't charge up at all. But that was inconvenient because I didn't want to have it plugged into the wall. So the last firmware update, they changed that. They have a minimum voltage, which means if you go down to the minimum voltage, it stops discharging. That they already had. But what they set up is you could have it plugged into the AC and you have a minimum backup voltage. So I set it at 20% for the minimum. Goes below 20%, it stops discharging. But for the backup voltage, I set at 65%. So when it gets down to 65%, it starts charging from the AC. Not before. That was the last firmware update. I love it.
Yeah, and usually the people who work in those kinds of firmware updates are not like from my generation. Usually it's the more experienced folks, because embedded programming, which are people who work with the software that runs on like the lowest of levels, so soft like the software in your solar generator, it really usually requires to be written in C, just because C is so portable. It doesn't require a lot of space. So the people who work in that programming in C, usually statistically they're older people. People of my age, they're usually like making websites, right? They use JavaScript, they use these frameworks, like what they do at Google, for example, what they do at Facebook. It's just user interface. It's the graphical thing you see in your browser. But what I really want to do someday is that kind of embedded programming. The programs that run on machines. I think that's the most useful kind of programming.
When computers started taking off, I was there. When I graduated high school, my last year of high school, my senior year, I met 3 people in my school that were computer geeks. Computers at the time were only big business and the government. For us regular people, it wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
Getting a remote control TV was big stuff. And a phone that you can pick up and walk around the house because it has a battery in it. Cell phones weren't a thing, except for rich people had a mobile phone in their car. All right, that's where I'm at. All right, when I started with all this, graduated high school. But gosh, what were we just talking about?
I guess you were mentioning the age of. I mean, I commented about the age of programmers, and then you started saying.
Oh, okay. When I talked to the geeks at my school, each one of them had a computer at home. It was called a TI 99-4A. Are you familiar with it?
No.
Okay. Back in the day, back in the 80s, early 80s, Texas Instruments was building computers, PCs.
Okay.
And their drive was a cassette player. Can you imagine that? That makes a 4-inch floppy drive high technology using a cassette. Well, I bought one. I still have it. That thing was so much fun. I actually had to build programs to run on it. So
Wow.
I learned a little software development.
Wow. You must have learned Fortran then.
I don't know. I really don't know. I was just using what they had, and I said, "Oh, hey, I had the magazine," and I said, "Okay, I'll put that program in there." And I would write the program and then put it on the cassette.
Did it run MS DOS?
No,
What did it run?
I really don't know.
Okay, I was just
I learned
guessing.
MS-DOS later.
Okay.
When I went in the military, and when I came back, I saw computers starting to take off. They had IBMs
Okay.
and IBM clones. I took a class in the Dalles, Oregon, on IBM clones. They used the same software, same DOS program, and we learned programming. There was no Windows yet.
Yeah.
I predate Windows.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Windows is not even that old.
Well, I learned how to program with DOS, and it was
Okay.
kind of fun. Then I said I want to do my aviation school, so I went over there, and they offered a free class on the Macintosh. Are you familiar with the Macintosh?
Oh, of course. Of course, from Apple.
Okay, I got in there and I turned on this computer. I was like, "Whoa, that's cool!" There's Windows. I got all these apps on there, and I could just click on them. I was like, "This is the coolest thing ever."
It's magic.
A lot of people think, hey, you ask them who created the Windows type program, and they'll say Bill Gates. No, Steve Jobs.
Yep. Yep.
Bill Gates copied it.
Yeah. The GUI, right? The graphical user interface was
Yeah, and
pioneered by
my
Steve Jobs.
my brother say, "Oh man, you got to come over to my house, man. I got this supercomputer. It is so awesome." He had a Apple IIc.
That's cool.
It was a spinach green screen, but it was Windows.
So he got fooled.
Um, he had this game on there called Zelda.
Okay, Legend of Zelda. Yeah.
I was playing that for hours. Yeah, and I didn't get a whole lot accomplished because it's really slow.
Man, I know that computers were not as nearly as powerful as they are today, but I kind of feel jealous of people who got to experience firsthand the evolution of computers. Because nowadays, if you ask like somebody who's younger than me, what they know about computers, they usually say that they know how to use browsers, but they don't understand what's going on underneath. It's too
Browsers.
much, too many levels of abstraction, and I'm
Yeah.
trying to map that out in my mind. As a computer engineer, I need to understand how a computer works from the smallest level to the highest level.
Well, I can help you with that.
Yeah.
After I was married in 2000, we had a class reunion. I think it was probably 2002, so it was 10-year reunion. 20-year reunion. 20. And we stayed at this hotel in Hood River, Oregon. I lived across the river, but we didn't want to stay at my parents' house. So we stayed there, and they had free internet. I was like, cool. So, yeah, we had internet in 2002. But here, I hit to log into the internet, AOL. 10 minutes later, I'm on. And I hear the
Yeah, dial-up internet, right?
So 10 minutes of my 1 hour of internet that they allow without having to pay. That's the free. 10 minutes to get in and 10 minutes to do everything.
Wow.
So the time really went fast. I was on that thing for about 3 hours doing what would take 10 minutes now. Maximum. Waiting for AOL. It's crazy.
I actually got to, I actually remember the time when my house had dial-up internet. I was a kid, very young. I used to wait like a game that it wasn't even a gigabyte. I used to wait weeks until it downloaded.
That's really slow dial-up.
Yeah, because like you have to remember that I'm from Brazil, so probably the internet wasn't as fast as it was in the US.
Probably not. You know, the U.S. government developed the um, the system that was the beginning of the internet, and it was sur- see, the government didn't do a whole lot. It was mostly colleges. They were talking to each other, and this is where Zuckerberg got started.
Yeah,
He
Harvard.
provided he provided a network for the college students to use. Huckleberry, good to see you. Huckleberry and I go way back more than everybody else here. The guy we got started with, he quit, and then the guy after him was arrested. He's in prison for killing his nephew.
What?
Oh yeah, crazy stuff. He was a veteran that got everything taken from him by the government, federal government, and he was trying to make it by he had family living on his property, and his nephew was very much out of control. And one night, while he was doing a live stream, he shot him dead.
Damn.
Yeah, I really liked his channel. He was really giving me some good information on survival off grid. And that's all gone. Yeah. No, we're not, Huckleberry. I'm only 59. That's not old.
Every old people ever.
Oh, crap, I'm out. I actually finished all that thing. I finished all of this. This is the German beer. Here is the American.
I hope you don't get a hangover.
Probably will. Well, no, it's German beer. I very rarely get a hangover from German beer. I did over in Germany because I was drinking Pilsner, which is very much like a lager here, like Budweiser. When I got back to the U.S. and went to my next unit, Army unit, it was at Fort Lewis. And so we went to the bowling alley and we had a party. We had all weekend. Next day, I didn't get up till about 3 p.m. It's like, my head hurts. I am not getting up. It was all Budweiser. I was like, this light beer sucks. It's regular Budweiser. And I called it a light beer. Oh, I will be right back.
Yeah, and I gotta go to sleep. So good night. Thank you for letting me in.
Sure. Oh, well, you're not going to be around. Have a good night.
Yep. Good night, everybody.
I'm back. Battery is back. So what's going on, Huckleberry? I subbed you? If you mean I added you to moderator? Yeah. I don't know if I did or not. Busy day. Well, this is everyone. Almost. Lenny's not here. I haven't seen her in a while. I don't know where she's at. Do you know Lenny? I'm worried about her. Corner subject. I'm not sure what you mean. He invited you? Because you have to sub yourself. I'm a little confused. Okay. I drank that beer. I don't really want more. Why am I craving it? I feel like I had enough beer, but I want another one. I mean, part of me wants it, and the other part says no. Okay. Well, I'm glad I knew you, because I love having you here, Huckleberry. I like having the old crew together. I want all of you to come here. I need us all to have connection. All right. I know Wizard screwed up royally, but the rest of us need to stay in contact. I am really pissed at Wizard. But I don't know his mind. So something snapped in him. But I really wish he hadn't done it. And it really surprised me that he did that. Being so laid back. Oh! I never get notifications of Colonel Shaw's streams. I had him in here once, I think. Most time I never see him. Oh, I want to show you what I've been up to. I've been experimenting. You know me. I like to experiment with batteries. After all, I am battery addiction. Okay, I built this. These are my Ryobi batteries. And I bought a... You see that? This thing right here? This is a DC to DC converter. It goes from 40 volts to 12. I set it on these two pots right here. These little blue boxes, if you can see them. You see those blue boxes? I set the voltage and the current with these two boxes. And I hooked up 6 batteries to it. I built these things right here. You see it? Come on, camera. There we go. I plugged the battery into that. Those don't have anything in them because I'm charging the batteries. But I've got 6 of them in 2S, 3P. That means 2 in series, 3 in parallel. How's the deer 4 corners? Yeah, I've had some conservative videos, so YouTube started throttling me back. In fact, they even took down one of my videos, and all I did was post facts on the COVID, and they took it down. Hi, Michelle. Michelle's here? I don't see Michelle. Oh, Investigating Truth. Okay. Hi, Michelle. Good to see you. I'm always happy to see you. I saw that Investigating Truth. I'm like, who's that? It made me think, oh, gosh, my wife's calling. Somebody's on the street. I can talk to her. Come on. There we go. I had an interruption. My wife called me, so she needs something. She's got a box for me ready to bring out. What's going on? Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Well, I hope everything goes well for you, Michelle. Um, last time I talked to you, I talked about this church that I'm with. You should check them out. They've made my life better. And I was a skeptic. So you should check them out. All things fit to what they're telling me. I understand you had a big problem when I said that they told me that he returned as a woman, and you had a problem. I would like to talk to you about that, but I'll be right back. I got to bring a box out. My wife's got one ready to come out. So don't leave. I'm back. I am back. Did I miss anything? Okay, Jesus was a man. We can all agree on that. But God never repeats, which, if he came back as a man, would that be repeating? I don't know if I want to do it in the Bible study. We've got Herbert's going to be there. So, I don't know if Herbert is, he's very knowledgeable about the Bible. The Bible. I point that out. He's knowledgeable about the Bible. Yeah, that might be funny shit. Four corners. Well, I hope everything's okay. But from what I've heard, I pray to Almighty God instead of Jesus, and he'll be answered sooner. Oh, so have I. I've been having problems with my stomach. Holy moly. I can understand that. Yes, the bride is the church, and he is the bridegroom, which is why I have a problem with them talking about he come back as a woman. Everything else they've said makes total sense, but being that God never repeats, maybe, just maybe, he might come back as a woman. I do not know, Huckleberry. I do not know. But who am I to limit God? Who are you to limit God? Most of us are saved from the age of grace. Are we saved from our sin? Okay. Okay, Michelle. I don't know what your meds are. But if you would have Herbert talk about this, he would, from what I have seen, he limits God to the Bible. Who are we to limit God to the Bible? I can't do it. After all, the Bible is written by men. Somebody mentioned religion made by men. Oh gosh, what happened to the audio? You can ask him all you want. I know his answer. He limits God to the Bible, from what I have seen. If it's not in the Bible, he doesn't agree with it. So he's limiting God to the Bible. But the Bible does not supersede God. God was around for thousands of years before the Bible was written. So I can't see the Bible as the end all on God. I am one of the skeptics on this church. I'm sure there's many of us that are skeptical about what they have been teaching us. But one thing they do point out is religion limits God to the Bible. What I have been reading, they said, has come from the sealed book, and it does not negate the Bible at all that I have seen. So, if it was a cult, they would say, all right, the Bible is wrong here, wrong here, wrong here. You need to go our way. That would be a cult. They have not done that. In fact, everything they have said that I was able to check out so far, I haven't been able to check out everything. But everything I have checked has stood the ground. It has been factual. Yes, Four Corners, he can write a book. He wrote Revelations. If you look at the writings of John, most people believe John wrote Revelations. But if you compare Revelations to his other writings, they're different. That tells me that God wrote it using John's hand, not John's thought. So John did not write it. There are portions where he saw visions. But these visions are straight from God. And God mentions eastern lightning, lighting the way to the west. This church talks about something called eastern lightning, which means it came from the east, light from the east, and Jesus appearing to China because they are the church in need. And it was spread to the west. And their belief is, they believe it very strongly, that Jesus has already appeared and has appeared in the east, where he's most needed. That would be China. Good night, Huckleberry. Hope to see you again. I won't always be talking about this subject, so if it bothers you, most likely I won't be. I only mention it because I really love Michelle and I want her to be saved. Many of us are saved from our sin. But are we still living in our satanic nature? Which is what Jesus would come back for the second time, is to free us from that nature. That's why I bring it up when Michelle's here. I really love Michelle, so I want to save her. And since I started with this church, my disposition has changed. I've become such a nice person since I started. And I do verify a lot of the stuff that they say. I'm a little behind. But they make sense. If this is a fake church, then it's very good at what they do. Oh, okay. Yeah, Four Corners, I'll tell you. It's called the Church of Almighty God. Be aware that it started in China, not by the CCP. Anything the CCP says, take it with a grain of salt. The speaker, there's many. According to them, Jesus appeared before their churches, preaching God's word, and they've spread from that. They will not tell you who he is because he doesn't want you to know. He's here to judge us, all the believers. And this judgment is not to condemn you, it's to refine you. Because right now, even though we have been saved by the age of grace, Jesus dying for our sin, we're still satanic in nature. We sin, we ask for forgiveness. We sin, we ask for forgiveness. We're still sinful. And so, in the kingdom age, he's supposed to be coming back to free us from that sinful nature. They have never asked me for money or possessions. They never told me I have to do this and that. They just preaching the word. That's all. Me too. But what they have told me has pointed out that I'm still, I still have a satanic disposition. Meaning, I still sin. And then I ask for forgiveness. And then sin. Ask for forgiveness. That means we have a satanic satanic nature. And when he comes to judge the church, he wants to free us from that satanic nature. Very good. Dad meaning God? Yes. Well, what I have learned in the past about church is Jesus does not like religion. Religion makes rules, human rules, that go against God. So he's not for religion. Right? That's called grace. He freed us from our sinful actions, but didn't free us from our sinful nature. When he comes at the end of the age, the age being the age of grace, in order for us to enter heaven, he needs to free us from our sinful nature. And what they're saying is God's new words from the sealed book are to free us from this sinful nature. And all it is all the new words so far are to convict us of our sin. In order to get past our sinful nature, we need to be convicted of it. To realize where we've gone wrong, and by listening to his new words in the sealed book, we will be saved from our sinful nature. It will change us. And so far, since I've been listening to him for the past 2 months, I sense a change. but you're still sinful. You still have a satanic nature. You're free of the sin. Jesus sacrificed his life to save us from our sin, but we still sin. And we ask for forgiveness for that sin. Download, this will help. Download the KEG app from Play Store. Well, I repeat it. I'm sorry. But it's not a lie. We still have a satanic nature, even though we have the grace to cover our sin. We still do it. Check out the KEG app. Download the KEG app. There's no money involved. There's no turning over a property. It's just an app. And they talk about this church that started in China and is the most opposed church in China. And we know about the CCP, right? They oppose anything that's truth. Okay. If you reject God's new words, you know, it might not be the real thing, but if you just flat out reject it, are you in danger of losing your soul? I don't want you to do that. I have said it before. Everything that I could check out, I have checked out, and everything was legit. The Bible backs it up. And points out new words. I'm not asking you to convert and turn your life over to this church. You don't have to do that. His new words have been revealed to the Church of Almighty God. From what I have seen, there's nothing satanic in this. Okay. That's fine. That's you. I'm not asking you to convert and turn your life over to him. I haven't done that either. But I have checked them out. And they seem legit. And look at the times we're in. You see what is going on in the world? This is end times crap. Yeah, this is it. This is end time shit. We need to pay attention. And this church, I prayed that God would send me some information, something to look at about the end times, and he sent me this. They have many testimonies of people that have prayed to Buddha, prayed to Allah, prayed to the Hindu god, whoever that is, or whoever, whatever god they pray to for salvation from a disaster. None of them were saved. Only the one that prayed to Almighty God was saved. God has changed his name before. You know his original name, Jehovah. Should we be calling him Jehovah forever? He was called Jehovah during the age of law. Then he came again in the form of Jesus. in the flesh. And then we called him Jesus. I'm not asking you to convert. Yes, so am I. I'm a born again Christian. Yes, definitely. All right. The Jews thought that too. Look where they are. They rejected Jesus. Okay. It's not a group of men, it's a church, not men. Some are men, some are women. Well, it seems like mostly women. But there's a lot of men there too. And if it's mostly women, does that negate God's word? Think about this. The Jews lost out, right? They rejected Jesus and his new words and his new name. They lost out. Should we do the same? Or should you check it out? I'm not asking you to convert to anything. This is not a conversion church. They're trying to save people from the end times. They're not trying to get anything from you. They haven't asked me for anything. What I've seen, this is no cult. Well, they're an underground church. The CCP has gone after them more than any other church. Now, if you know anything about the CCP, they hate God. They're full on, flat out atheists. If they can't control the church, they don't want it. They are going flat out lying campaign about this church, persecuting them more than any other because they hate God. Oh. Yeah, charger. It's not my church. My church is local. They're not a religion. You don't have to convert to anything. I just asking for your, I like you. I'm just asking you to check them out. You don't even have to tell them anything. You don't have to give any information. They have an app that you can look at and look at all their information without giving any of your own. Oh, good. I'm glad. But I challenge you to prove them wrong. I've been trying. I can't prove anything wrong. I have seen so many people trying to prove their point of view using the Bible, and every time I've proved them wrong. But this church, I can't. I've been trying. So glad you're checking them out. Maybe if you find something, tell me. I would love to check it out. But so far, I have not been able to prove them wrong. That's what I love. I love education. And I hope you don't turn against me now because of this, but you're checking it out. So, and like I said, if you find something that you don't think is right, I can check it out. Because I've been trying to find something. Okay. No, not at all. What? Okay. But yeah, I don't usually talk about this stuff on here, but I saw Michelle, so I had to mention something. I know she's a faithful believer, so, and I think I chased her off. She doesn't like to be challenged on this. Do the Holy Spirit? I have the Holy Spirit within me, yes. But the Holy Spirit is not going to bring the new words. Holy Spirit cannot relate to humans like physical appearance of God. That's why he came as Jesus. Because nobody could relate to him. Hey, look at Hindu. They try to relate their God to humans, and he created another, he split off a portion of himself to create a woman so that he could have sexual relations. That's not right. Who told me what? I don't know. If I knew what that was. I really didn't get on here to start this, but I don't want to alienate people on here. Well, Jesus came because the Holy Spirit couldn't do it. Hey, who hears the Holy Spirit? Who actually sits down and talks to the Holy Spirit? I mean, back and forth. You don't hear his words. That's why God came as Jesus, to relate to us. Verka. I have no idea what that means. You're throwing words out I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I hear the voice of God, but not his words. All right? We all do that. tells us things, but he doesn't relate to us person to person. We don't see him. So we get this feeling we need to do this. That's God talking to us in the spirit. But he can't relate to us in that way. I don't know. I say the same thing, but people point out, did you actually hear him speak? No, I didn't. But I do hear his voice. Not in basic words like you hear from another person. But I do hear his voice. He speaks to me all the time. I've asked him about this church, and he would send me to somewhere in the Bible, and I would look at it and I was like, oh, that proves it. What I just was curious about. Yes, I do. Inspired word of God, except for Revelations. Revelations is the word of God. And that's where I found most of the proof, was in Revelations and Ezekiel, Isaiah. So I have looked to the Bible for what I have been told with this church. And I found what they told me was true. You look in Revelations, it talks about the Eastern lightning, bringing the word of God to the West. Yes, the Bible is the word of God, the inspired word of God, except for Revelations, which is the word of God. But again, Four Corners, I didn't come here for this. I only brought this up because of Michelle. EPH chapter 6. Ephesians chapter 6. I don't have my Bible with me. I'm not one of those people that memorizes everything in the Bible. I do remember stuff from the Bible, but I don't know where to find it. I'm terrible at that. So tell me Ephesians chapter 6. And I don't have a Bible here with me. But again, I tell you again, I'm not here for this. I'm here for the prepping stuff. I only mentioned it because Michelle was here, and she's my best friend. But if you want to know about this too, keep it up. I'll tell you what I know. I'll do my best. I'm fairly new at this. But I do know at the end of the age, he's going to tell us new things. Back to prepping? I'll be happy to do that. I've been on here for over 3 hours. I'm using up my free time. I hope you don't mind, but I need to run to the bathroom. That beer went through. It's empty. I didn't open another one. Just the one beer. I don't like to get drunk, and I haven't. I got as far as a buzz, and that was it. I stopped. It only took one beer. Holy man, such a lightweight. Such a lightweight. I'll be right back. I'm back. So, what do you need to know? I'm doing all this battery stuff as my electrical prepping. I'm doing garden to produce food that I can use. And this year I'm trying to go with more storage crops. I love beets, so I eat them. I can freeze them. I have onions. I pull them out of the ground when I need them. So they stay fresh. If they end up coming, growing again next year, I get seed. Carrots, I produce seed with that. Tomatoes, I produce seed with that. I can go into detail on any of those on how to save seed. But that's my gardening channel. Prepping, you can get a lot of the prepping foods for about the same price or less than what you buy at the store. Beef is running in low supply, so the price is skyrocketing. But chicken, now that the bird flu is over with, is coming down in price. Pork, so far, has been the cheap one, but it went up too. And there's ways of raising pigs for the meat and also producing natural gas. I don't have the knowledge to build something like that, but I can tell you where to look. A lot of the stuff that I know about, I can only tell you where to look. I don't know how to do it myself. I'm trying to learn. The batteries, I know. I know battery storage. I have, right now, I'm off of my power wall here. It still has 12.7 volts, and it is 8 o'clock p.m. And I've been running off of that all day pretty much, but 3 hours and 11 minutes on this video. I just upgraded some wiring. I'm having problems with my main inverter, so I'm using a modified sine inverter, and it's working like a champ. I don't have anything running off it that needs pure sine. If I need pure sine, I'll turn on the other one. Tomorrow I have to call the company that I bought that from. Oh, actually, it's on. Oh, I have something plugged into. Oh, this light right here. It operates that light by itself. It's been running for hours. But I put any kind of load on it, and it shuts off. It's a 2,000 watt inverter. I never even come close to 1,000 watts. So I don't know why it keeps shutting off. If you have any insight on that, it would be great. I'm charging up my charging system right here. Actually, I'm not even using it, so I'm going to turn it on. Oh. I got it plugged in with the smaller batteries, but they're 1.5 amp, and the big ones are 4s. The only thing difference is just have twice as many batteries, cells. Let me show you one. Here's one. It has 5 of these in it, in the small ones. Here. This has 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The big ones, these guys, have 10. What can I drink? I need another beer. Why? I got to the feeling I needed. I don't need to drink another one. What's your drink of choice? I like whatever's cheapest. Well, the difference between this battery and this one is 5 cells. Vodka cranberry. Oh, that sounds good. I have lemon vodka upstairs, but I don't have a cold soda. I like to add lemon vodka to a cola. So good. All right, back to this. This is a 5-cell battery. It is 1.5 amp hours. This is a 10-cell battery. Why that is so low, I have no clue. Because this is 4 amp hours. 1.5, 4. Are you using cheap batteries in this one? And I have a different one here. It's different, same brand, it's just different model. They're both 4 amp hour. So all my bigger batteries are 4 amp hour. The 9 amp hour is very expensive. Okay. My wife doesn't like me drinking so much. I don't like to get drunk. So I'm kind of in agreement. Although I do like to have some drinks. She doesn't like it. I do it anyway. But I don't get drunk. Because I don't like to. Vodka cranberry. Is it cranberry flavored vodka or you got cranberry juice and you pour vodka? That's the better choice. Cranberry vodka is probably not the best. If it's vodka and cranberry, this is healthy. Vodka, of all the liquors, vodka is the most healthy. From what I have learned in my experience, I've drank rum, vodka, whiskey, scotch. Oh God, scotch is good. If you drink single malt scotch, I never had a hangover from single malt. I have had a hangover from Jack Daniels, sour mash, and bourbon. So something about scotch is better. 100% cranberry with vodka added. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds really good. Health food drink. That's what I understand. It's health food drink, but it's not spelled right. I don't care. I do like to point that out, though. I'm sorry. That's the way I am. I English minor, so and English was one of my best subjects in school. So I point that out. You transposed something. It doesn't look right. Maybe I'm not right. Do I have a Pepsi around here somewhere? Oh, I have Dr. Pepper, the cream soda, or 7-Up with cherry. Crap. Well, 7-Up with cherry is closest with the vodka with it. Oh, Lord, Scroll Drazer's on. Yeah, an invite. Nope, that's not it. There it is. Correct message. Message. Nope. Go back. No, that wasn't the right place. Copy. Copy link. Okay. I am going to tell Skulldrazer that I'm here. Be right back. Okay. Twitch. Oh, yeah. Where am I? Okay, I'm back. I just sent an invite out to other sites. And it's funny, in the Bible study group that I am part of, people there that I talk to sometimes spell something wrong or do some bad grammar. For the first time ever, when I correct their grammar or spelling, they thank me. On any other platform, I do that and people yell at me. Very rarely do I get thanked. And since I've been a member of their, I don't know, call it Bible study because they're not really studying the Bible, are they? They claim to be disseminating God's new words. It's not really Bible study. It's not in the Bible. But they do mention the Bible a lot when they back up what they say. I don't know if you can call it that. I do have a cold beer in the fridge. I'm curious to see if it tastes good to me now. Skulldrazer just asked me if I was starting up a stream. Of the answers to that question, the only one that worked was yes. So he'll be here in a minute. Oh, this one's not tight anything. Oh, that was cold. I am curious to see if this actually tastes better. It is Pabst Blue Ribbon. Welcome back. Been back a while. Okay, not using that. That had a lot of debris coming out. I'm not pouring it straight on. It's producing quite the head. Looks the same. Now I'm pouring it straight on. Crap. Let's reduce. Let it sit for a minute. Lord Skoldrazer might be here in a sec. He did ask if I was going live. Sure. I didn't think about it until I saw him post something. That is beautiful. You know what's more beautiful than that? There he is! Lord Skoldrazer. I saw you post something, so I had to tell you I was live. You asked me if I was going live. Well, I've been live for 3 hours. So I guessed you didn't get a notification. Yes, it's a good day. It's a good day to learn about prepping. Today I've been doing a lot of stuff in the garden. Yes, good evening. And you just posted something. Oh, that I'm live on InfoWars chat. Yeah, I already posted there. Michelle was here for a little while. I guess I chased her off. I mentioned a topic that was dear to my mind right now, and she didn't want to hear it. So I'm sorry. But she probably had to go live anyway. Hey, Skoldrazer, if you don't know, Four Corners, he's my celebrity guest. He's been around longer than I have, and I subscribed to his channel a long time ago. Oh, well, mac and cheese doesn't last long. Maybe 5 months. I love it myself, yes. Or if you're talking about something like Kraft macaroni and cheese, Amy's, or one of those other brands out there, they don't last more than 5 months. You want long lasting, you have to buy it from the prepper companies. I have some. If you store noodles, you want to put a oxygen absorber in the container. Help it last longer. I follow a channel where they show you how to prep normal everyday stuff. Use containers that have stored liquids. They're reusable. If they store dry stuff, no. You don't want to use those except for short periods. And some things you don't want to put an oxygen absorber in. It's a good idea to check them out. I really should all those sources that I use, I need to put them in my channel. But I'm still learning this stuff. 2 more boxes. That's not much. That's 2 meals. Hi, Pyro. Yes, nitrogen is good. It's good for storing some items. I don't know what yet. But I worked in the tech industry, and they use nitrogen when they process chips. It's a good preserver. And nitrogen is good for preserving stuff that we ingest, like beer. Sodas that I make, I have a soda stream, and it uses a nitrogen cartridge. Guinness has a nitrogen ball in the can. When you open the can, it releases that nitrogen. You're a Tin Man. Okay. Is that supposed to mean something? What? You mean, okay. Skoda is trying to ban nitrogen fertilizer. These self-proclaimed environmentalists, actually Marxists, are trying to ban nitrogen, but they don't want it banned from their beer. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I post on Discord, but I really haven't paid too much attention to Discord. I never get notifications. But yeah, I just posted on Discord because I wasn't getting anybody in the chat. I had 2 other people that were here, but they already left. Please give me a thumbs up before you leave. I appreciate it. Well, I proved something. This is my second beer. First beer filled this up twice. Look at the size difference. This one is actually this. So, first beer. Second beer. I ran out of the first one. Yeah, so do I. I don't get any Discord notifications at all. I've never gotten a Discord notification. Well, okay. Take that back. Sometimes I get them from you, Skulldrazer. That's it. I don't even get any from Four Corners. I don't know if he sends any Discord notifications, but I don't get them. But anyway, I've been doing some gardening. Well, thanks for coming, Pyro. I do talk a lot about prepping, so if you have prepping thoughts yourself, you can post them in here. We're all I need to build a tight community of other preppers. My prepping is also on another channel called Small Space Gardening. If you want a link to that, I can go there and get it real quick. Oh, okay. You can't drink anymore? Or any less? Okay. This is the first beer I've had in months. This is the second. This one only tastes good because I had the first one. You know what I mean? This is cheap. This is Pabst. I tell you what, it's one of the few beers that tastes worse than Budweiser. I've never liked Budweiser. My taste in beer has always been levels higher than Budweiser. I like beers like this one. Paulaner. Imports. Cheaper than Budweiser. Voodoo Ranger. I am not familiar with that. It's an IPA. Methotrexate. Okay, we can talk about methyltrexate. What the hell is that? Is Voodoo Ranger an IPA? All right, I smell this. I don't smell flowers. I'm happy. I don't want flowers in my beer. I don't know how old you are, Skulldrazer, but if you like that flowery beer IPA, you must be a lot younger than me. I'm not drinking it. I one time I got 2 beer kits. I made a Weizen with hops. Worst thing I ever made. Oh man, did that taste nasty. That's like a Weizen IPA. Yes, IPAs are strong. That's the other thing I don't like about them. They're very strong. Well, actually, that's the part I do like. They're very strong, but they're very flowery. And that IPA crap, or the hop crap that they put in there, burns. I don't like that. Brown stout, I can probably try that. I've tried Old Rasputin oatmeal stout. Oh gosh, that's good. I don't know if you're familiar with Old Rasputin. Man, good beer. I do like Old Rasputin. Peach wine? Well, wine is easy to screw up. Don't feel bad. Yep. And you got to balance that sugar with your fermenting. So if there's too much sugar, it will be bubbly. I'm diabetic, so this is my second beer all day. Left Hand Brewery Milk Stout. That don't sound very good. Really? You think it's good? Is it hoppy? Yes. Oat beers do taste pretty good, but oats are really not good for you. They're good to fatten you up, because the farmers use it to fatten up their cattle, their horses, their sheep, their goats, their pigs. They use oats. Peach. Oh gosh, that's probably pretty good. Yeah, we probably could do a video on beer brewing. I have two kits. I have a 2.5 gallon Mr. Beer, and I have a 5 gallon carboy. I've tried both, and the 2.5 gallon worked much better. Peach brandy sounds cool. Yes, it does. You know what else tastes? You know what else is peach? Southern Comfort. Oh, Southern Comfort is so good. They know what they're talking about in the South, man. Oh, if it's Southern and it's comfort, oh yeah. I've had peach schnapps. Yeah, it's not good. But peach brandy sounds pretty good. I'm not a big brandy person, but some brandies taste pretty good. I went up to visit the family of an exchange student that my parents had. She was from Germany. Bit of a slut. But anyway, her family pretty nice. Very modern. You know, a little too modern for my comfort. Her older brother was a comedian. Went by Otto. German comedian. They live in Hamburg. Yeah, it's by Holland, I think. Oh my gosh, Skulldrazer. There's a place in Washington called Stevenson. They have this restaurant / pub. And one of their signature drinks is a Guinness float. Oh, that is so good. My wife even liked it. She doesn't like stouts. White Claw? Skulldrazer, are you a Gen Zer? White Claw's nice, but alcohol water? What? I don't get it. It was tasty, but I rarely buy it. I think it's overpriced. That's a Gen Z drink. I tried it. I'm not impressed. You know, Budweiser trying to cater to Gen Z. And they sponsored Dylan Mulvaney, a man, not much of a man, but still a man. And they thought that their customer base would be okay with it. They were trying to cater to Gen Z. Turns out Gen Z likes craft beers and White Claw. Oh, that's a plus. 0 sugar? Oh, wait, whoa. How do they have 0 sugar and have alcohol? I don't get that. All of it's bad for you. Yes? Which point? This is bad for you too. This is made by monks. Not this one. beer was invented by monks. This is commercial, not monks. I recommend buying your own beer kits and make it yourself. That's so much better. I've liked every one of my beers that I made, except for the one I added hops to the wheat beer. That was nasty. I know Skulljazer probably likes it. Well, Skulljazer, if they add sugar to it, they have to post the ingredients. If they post the ingredients, even though they don't add sugar, that's a plus. That's good on them. Trudeau. Hey, I have 2 apps on my phone that you punch in the name of a product, and it will tell you if it's woke. I can post it in here if you like. Hey, Pyro, where are you from? If your name is Pyro because you like to make fire, so do I. I got a new toy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at that fire. Love it. That's my big one. Surf variety. Okay, I'll stay away from that. Remind me again what I said I was going to post? Oh, Austin, Texas. Oh my gosh. You are in liberal territory. Dabs? What does that mean? What do you mean, Skulljazer? What's dabs? Well, you're in between my generation and the Gen Z. Oh, okay. All right. Let me see if I can find it. Be right back. The hell? Info. Anti-wokeness. Proton man. Okay. I'll have to search for it. I have the link, but I mean, not a link, but. Okay, the best I can do is give you the name of it. It's called Anti-Woke on Play Store. What is dabs? Gen X. What the hell is Gen X? Oh, nope. Never touch this stuff. The hell? My phone is doing crazy stuff here. What the hell? Ah, there we go. I'm back. Okay, back up. I gotta read out what I missed. No, wait. Dad's is like tar marijuana that needs a torch. Huh? Tar? Why would I? That's weird. Gen X. Okay. I played with the Anarchy Cookbook as a kid. What the hell? What is Anarchy Cookbook? I say throw whatever you want in there? Hey, in the country. Oh, out of the city. Good for you. I wish I lived out of the city. Wife loves the city. That's a good thing. Okay. 84. Gosh, I'm 20 years older than you. 21. Pyro. I'm 21 years older. I've never done dabs, apparently. Live fire? Gosh, I'd love to do a live fire. Oh, hell. Wife's calling. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, the wife wants me to look for something special for a hamburger at Jack in the Box. Is that the app I said? It. Okay, I said it was. Hang on. What the hell? All right. Oh, wait, right here. Yep, it's called Anti-Woke. Yes, on Play Store I put Anti-Woke and it came up with the first one. My buddy does fire on the West Coast. Okay. I love what I do. I don't think you can prep in the city. Okay. I'm in the city. So please become a subscriber of my channel because that's what I do. No, there actually Four Corners there is a way, and I'm working on that. Yes, I do. Oh, crap. Now my brother's calling. And when he calls, he's usually drunk and just blabbers on forever. There with Wells. What? Just water alone is something you won't have during grid down in the city. I will. I know how to get water from desert. What do you think my chances are getting it from Oregon, Portland, Oregon? Not from a well. I can get water straight from the air. I live just outside Portland, Oregon. And I can get water from the air with just 12 volts of battery. And I have a solar generator. Oh crap, that sounds like the wife's busy with talking to somebody. So I better get in the house. She needs something. And I need to get in there and take care of it. Where doing this is more difficult. Know what I mean? You got a wife. I think the audio is out. Can you hear me? If you respond to me, I know you can hear me. Oh, Four Corners says sounding better. Well, my audio was out because I was talking to the wife. And when I talk to the wife, it mutes this. I figured I was. It's called Razor. I was talking to the wife, so that puts me on hold. And apparently I need to get in the house and do something for her. Then I come back out. She wants a hamburger. So I may have to go to Jack in the Box. In fact, I need to check Jack in the Box. Yes, she has powers. That is a good point. You're going to lose me for a sec. I got to check Jack in the Box. Why didn't it come up? What the hell? I had the Jack in the Box app. Interesting. I can't drink that. Some popcorn chicken. Hmm. Turns out I didn't have the Jack in the Box app installed on this phone. Cheaper than light fighting for custody. What? What did I miss? Happy wife, happy life. Yes, I can keep my wife happy all the time. She is the cook. I wish mine was. I have to cook way too much. Well, I don't have to. She knows I had a beer. She'll end up driving me. No worries there. But I have to make the order. But I got to download the app and find out, what I can get her. I don't want to do that either, Four Corners. My inverter stayed on all this time. That expensive inverter. I put too much of. I put a little bit of a load on it. Darn thing shuts off. Little bit of a load. Where am I at? Portland, or just outside Portland, Oregon. Home of Antifa. Luckily, I'm not in the same city as Antifa. So you've heard. You've heard about Portland. Oh my. Have you talked to them about getting the hell out of here? I wish my wife would jump on board. She bought the house. I've been trying to get her to invest in something else. Her friend has several homes because she keeps investing. Yeah, me too. Most of the time their victims are dead. They're fine. Usually the drunk driver is fine. It's the people they hit that's not. I don't want to be one of those. Blackstone? Can you tell us a little bit about that? What's Blackstone? Be right back. I think the app's done. Yeah. Okay, BlackRock, I know. They were mercenaries. I don't know if they're still doing that. Real estate? Real estate? Or real estate? That'd be REALESTATE, I think. I'm not exact on that. Well, the app is downloaded, so I got to find a burger. Blackwater. Oh, okay. Thank you. Blackwater coffee? There's so many black stuff. You know, black is in. I still haven't got the password. No, here. I don't know, dear. I cannot get in. Oh. I don't know, dear. Can't get in. Well, I'm going to tell the wife I can't get into Jack in the Box. Hey, if you save that pea, you can put it in your garden. High in nitrogen. So I'm thinking about adding that to my corn. I can't get the app to load, so I'm going to have to see what she's got. And then maybe we can go to Jack in the Box and pick up what she wants. Or maybe she wanted to use Uber Eats. Yes. Pea is low. It's very high in nitrogen. Chicken shit is very good, but too much of it will burn your plants. Yeah, piss on the corn. Corn is. It needs nitrogen a lot. Might as well pee on it. You get 3 numbers when you order when you get fertilizer. First one's nitrogen. The higher that is, the more the nitrogen loving plants love it. The thing to do is chicken coops have it on wheels. They call it a chicken truck, I think. You put it in an area you want to put your garden. 2 weeks. 2 weeks max. Then you move them to another area. Till that up, plant your gardens. Your plants will grow great. Well, I'm going to have to end this, and we're going to go to Jack in the Box or order Uber Eats. One of the two. Let's see what she wants to do. PVC. Well, I know somebody that used wood, but might use PVC. I don't want one. She wants one. She's craving it. There ain't no way I got her pregnant. That ain't it. That's the case. If she's getting cravings because of that, that's an immaculate conception. Let's wait. No, don't worry about that. Not going to do that. Let's see what. There's so many ways to get the food without driving. No need in doing that. I've done that once. I'm never doing it again. I got a DUI back in '87. That's the last one. I'm not doing that again. I learned my lesson. Well, I'll see you guys later. It has been 4 hours, and I only get 12 a month, so I really need to get off here. If I get on, it's usually on a Sunday. I might get on during the week, during the day. If you want to check me out during the day, it's usually like half hour to an hour maximum, because nobody comes on. I call an end. So I'll see you later. Have a good day. And don't drink and drive. That's for sure. And happy prepping. And if you come up with any ideas, please leave them in the comments. I will try to test out things that people submit to me. So I've got two. I have tomatoes and cabbage on my rain gutter garden. I will do a video on that as soon as I can, because I have 4 more to plant. Not sure where I'm going to plant those for the cabbage. So that's the future. What's this? What did you put? Oh. Have you all seen Monumental, the movie? Okay. Check out the link that Four Corners posted. I'm going to try to check out the link, but I'll have to go into the YouTube video to get the link, because this does not give me the link. Okay, I clicked the 3 dots. It says star comment, put user in timeout, ban user, and delete their comments. No, don't want to do those. Cancel. The hell? Go away. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to end the video. Hope everybody liked the video. Please give thumbs up if you did, and consider subscribing. Thank you. Have a good week. Into your weekend. Have a good week. Good night.